We didn't get his body behind that ball, and he was put down from the bowling of Pele. That's an important opportunity. Carl Jacobs. Ball was a bit quick on him. We haven't had the opportunity to re-look at that one. But nevertheless, a life for Manak.
Richter to Bosman. Garden Route Badgers has been very good. Fielding, catching. Just a disappointment there with a drop catch. Just defended to mid-wicket area there by Bosman. Richter trying everything there in, just falling over just after delivering that ball. It's always first a concern when you see a big man, especially a fast bowler, falling over. But luckily, just a loss of balance there by Jade Richter.
Airborne to mid-on. A little bit of a attempted pull shot there. Rushed by Richter. Fall just short of the captain George van Heer and mid-on.
Yeah, it was like he was caught in two minds there, whether to pull or just defend that one. Luckily, he get away with that. Just falling short of Captain George van Heerden. Garden Route Badgers well on top. Apart from the one drop catch with the last ball of the previous over. CSA emerging 8 for 2 after 5.3 overs.
Now, there are also some other matches today. The Eastern Storm is taking on the Flexbrand Knights at Willamore Park in Benoni. And then the Mpumalanga Rhinos is hosting the Northern Cape Heat in Uplands in Imalahleni. Oh, Bosman tried to give himself some room to execute the shot. Not proper contact made, no runs added to the total.
Yeah, Jade is changing his line of attack, coming around the wicket. The previous over he bowled to Daniel was over the wicket. By coming around the wicket, he's just trying to attempt to not give too much room for Daniel to free up his hands to hit the ball behind square. So smart tactics here from Jade, and we'll see if Daniel can counter this tactics from Jade. And again, Jade bowls it in around the wicket, a little bit fuller, and Daniel hits the ball to Madoff here. End of the over. The CSA emerging 8 for 2 after 6 overs.
Six overs into the power play. 8 for 2.
The very impressive bowling figures of 2 for 1 after 3 overs as we see Banele Taylor runs in. That's wided by umpire Andre Olivier. Spoke about the weather. It is 10:30 in the morning and it is already 34 degrees outside. So the prediction and the forecast is that we will have a 40 plus here on a Wednesday in Oudtshoorn. That will be the first runs of the bat of Bosman, and he will pick up a couple as he did behind square on the leg side, and Rohan Terblanche does the fielding. Tidy shot to get off the mark.
Tele to Manak. Straight to short cover, dot ball. Yeah, 34 degrees, 10:30 in Oudtshoorn. Vintage Oudtshoorn.
This one is down to fine leg, who's on the boundary, Richter runs in, and the easy single to the credit of Manak takes him to 10. There were 2 wides, and that's the 12 runs of the SA emerging 11.
Tele bowling coming around the wicket to Bosman. with 2 slips, fine leg and a third man on the boundary. And he just decided to come over the wicket again, just to change his mind about that one. Tell it to Bosman.
And that is the departure of Bosman. The catch has been taken by Terblanche, and he will be disappointed, should I rather say.
Yeah, he's will definitely being disappointed. We could see after the completion of the catch that Daniel wasn't happy with that execution. But a good start for the Gardner Badgers, keeping up their momentum, Nathan.
Yeah, CSA emerging. Just no patience actually being shown. A bowler being on top in that fashion, hitting the right areas. Your mind would tell you, just play it out, try to rotate the strike. But unfortunately, Bosman didn't get a hold of that one. And that ball and that catch was taken straight at short cover. Just making sure who took that catch. The catch was taken by Ruan Terblanche, short cover. And Paul James is the new captain. The new batter in for CSA emerging.
Nathan, this is a very exciting young man to watch. Cape Town fella, comes there from Wynberg Boys Eye. Having the experience as well, playing several matches and caps for his first team, being part of the S19 World Cup squad as well, who played now recently in Namibia and Zimbabwe. Very talented youngster, definitely. Hopefully he will entertain us this morning by rebuilding this innings for the SA emerging.
Wynand, I'm speaking under correction, but when he played for the Western Province Colts here against the Garden Route Badgers Colts, he got a century under his belt.
Mr. Kennedy, there is two James on the family. That was his older brother, Jean James. He scored a magnificent 196 that day against the Colts. But a very talented family, runs in the blood, batting, and hopefully Paul will also carry on with the family legacy.
Well, thanks for clarifying the family. But I remember there was a James from Western Province, and it was in Jean and not Paul. Ooh, well bowled, Banele. Banele Taylor is really on the money this morning, Nathan.
He's on fire this morning, hitting the right areas, asking questions of the batters. Should have had 4 wickets already this morning, but he's been excellent with his opening 4 overs. Only conceding 5 runs, taking 3 wickets and bowling 2 maidens. And he's been supported well from the other end, from Jake Richter. So what we call bowling in partnerships. Your partner on the other end might not take the wickets, but he's keeping the run rate down, allowing you on the other side to cash in.
Yeah, certainly that's one of the areas where the Badgers bowling attack to a great extent lack, specifically in the white ball one-day cup competition. But it's also to the benefit of Richter. I mean, 3 wickets down, you need to do the job, but well done still. Oh, that's a great delivery. Manak, who survived 3 departures. He plays this one forward offensive. Two slips in position. Third man, fine leg on the boundary. Edge and Jacobs this time else onto the catch. 12 for 4. Great catch taken there from the it's Yassine Valley. Sorry, Yassine Valley that took the catch. Thank you.
Yeah, the previous drop catch didn't cost the Badgers anything. Arman Manak only managing to add another 5 runs. Richter to Manak, brilliant ball, hitting the area, away movement, and a brilliant catch by Yassine Valley.
Yeah, Yasin Wali at first slip and Carl Jacobs at second, and Yasin Wali, he's got a very safe pair of hands. And interesting enough, Yasin Wali also a former SA 19 captain.
Yasin definitely do have safe hands there, and it was a lovely catch there, but also most importantly is the opportunity which created by Jade the bowler there on a really good length, dragging the batter to come forward, pushing away from the body and finding an outside edge to get caught by Yasin. Very good pressure from the Garden Badgers, with the SA emerging now being 12 for 4, and let's see if the new batter can come in now, here who it is, and then we'll take it, see how they can take the game forward for them.
Yeah, and the new batter is Bandile Mbata. Mohamed Bubulia, he hang around, he saw 3 wickets fall around him, but that was a magnificent delivery, drag himself into swinging it away from the right hander, and Yasin Wali, on his wrong hand, the right hand, he took a good catch.
Yeah, moving with the ball, so making sure he catches it, soft hands. Great catch by Yasin Wali. Great bowling by Jade Richter, being rewarded for his consistency. Mbata on strike, Richter from the commentary box end.
Now, besides the 2 wides that we bowled this morning, we can't fault the Badgers bowlers this morning. They win the toss, Captain George van Heerden, and on a screamer of a day in Oudtshoorn, they decided that they will be in the sun for the first half of the day.
Just normally a cooler part of the day.
I'm not sure if there's anything like that today. Oh, it's a good Yorker length. And Bandile Mbata for defensive. Now, the SA Emerging's only victory or win in this competition was against a very strong side from the Eastern Cape and Yati. They scored 270 for 7 with Joris van Skalkwyk 142 from 143 balls, and they won that match by 83 runs. That was impressive. Down to third man, and fielding has been done by Tyrese Carlson. He looks a bit lonely there at third man. In that very same match, Paul James made an impressive 57 from 69 balls. So Wynand, you're 100% right. There is definitely something in Paul James. I always rate the Eastern Cape and Yardie as a very, very competitive team in Division 2. Richter got that one wrong. A wide signaled by umpire Van der Merwe.
Yeah, just going searching there. Playing a little bit too hard. The ball is doing a lot. Starting a bit too straight and ball didn't move back anything, so another wide for Jade Richter. James on strike. Final ball of the 8th over.
Over pitch, he made a full toss. Outfield is, well, it's also not properly hit hard enough. They'll come back for a third as Liam Alder runs all the way to the boundary to pick up the ball and to prevent any further runs.
And that's the end of the over. 8 overs bowled. CSA emerging 16 for 4. And we'll be Vanilla Taylor to continue from the Vrede Street end.
Tele has picked up 3 for 5 thus far. Bit naughty there. Work for keeper Nathan Elbrach, and it is signalled a wide by umpire Olivier. It firmly had square drive for 4. That's a magnificent shot. The shot of the day by Paul James. He picked up 4.
That's a brilliant shot by Paul James, and he looked really, really in touch there with that execution of that square cut for 4. And by the looks of it, it looks like he's going to counter the pressure back to the bowlers now. Paul decided very clearly he's going to come at the bowlers now, and that's a good sign for the SA emerging side.
Yeah, he laid into that one, and Tele will be looking to recover from that one. Paul James, lovely drive straight to the fielder.
This is Banele's first time. This is only his 4th List A match, and it's the first time that he picked up 3 wickets in an inning. So irrespective of the number of runs that he will concede later today, this will also be his best bowling figures, and he will be hoping for another one to at least go home tonight and celebrate a 4th. Almost had a taste of that one.
James looking to be positive here. His team is in trouble, but he's not going to die one day at this morning.
Good running between the wickets. Will not prevent a single. Taking the score to 22 for 4. And as you will see, the partnership is 10 runs. So the SA emerging 11 were 12 for 4.
Some good bounce there, Banele, trying to test off Banele there on the back foot. It's now important to finish off this last ball to get out of this over and then try and create more pressure from the other side. Paul James is a really good runner between wickets, and he's definitely going to keep the inner ring on their toes by playing the soft scoring options for getting to the non-striker side.
Final ball of 9th over. Tele to Mbata.
He's bowled him! Magnificent in-swinger by Tele. And that's another wicket for him.
Absolutely incredible by Banele this morning. And I do not think we're going to get the ball out of his hand pretty soon. Bowlers will need to queue up to get the ball. And that's an excellent execution, and to finish off the over strongly as well by having another new batter coming to the crease.
Yeah, just take us through this one, Nathan. There you can see
Lovely
in-swinger. That one hit middle and leg, and he's gone.
Yeah, lovely swing back there by Banele Tele, and hit middle and leg stump. And he got his 4th wicket. As you were saying, Vainan, there's going to be some battle getting that ball out of his hand.
Every bowler's dream, Nathan, to bowl that ball through the gap between bat and pad, and Banele clearly enjoyed that one very, very much, and he's now on 4 wickets.
Just didn't get his foot to that one. The ball going through the bat and pad.
So Letabo Pahlamulaka, he's the captain. He has joined Paul James. He's from the Titans.
Richter to James. CSA emerging in the first power play, lost 5 wickets already.
Pahlamukala is a product of Cornwall Hill, Pretoria. Richter's got 1 wicket for 12 overs and he's into over number 5. Very good bowling this morning from Banele Tele. There was also a drop catch from his bowling, but nevertheless, short bouncer. Nicely forward defensive by James. He's on 8. As Richter walks back, the third ball of the morning saw the departure of Jorich van Schalkwyk for naught. He was caught by Carl Jacobs, and then Mohamed Bulbulia with the last ball of that first over, a brilliant catch by Peko Molatsane on third man from the bowling of Tele for naught. As we watch this, the review from Richter, and then we will look at the other wickets that went down this morning. Then Daniel Bosman was caught. He faced 16 balls. He was caught by Rohan Terblanche from the bowling of Tele for naught, and Bandile Mbata got a brilliant in-swinger from Tele for 1. And Paul James is there on 8. And Pathlamakolo yet to open his account. Oh, that's beautiful pickup. That will go all the way for 6. Onto the grass embankment. Well played, Paul James. The sign of a great batsman who capitalised and got a short pitch delivery, and he picked that one up and disposed it on the grass embankment for a beautiful 6.
Yeah, everything went very well for Jade right up to that last ball by bowling 5 dots and then conceded the boundary on the last ball. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be happy with that execution of delivery, and that's very well executed by the batter.
Yeah, that last ball was just straying down leg, and it was an easy pick up one there by Paul James. That's 10 overs gone. CSA emerging after the power play, 29 for 5, with Paul James unbeaten on 14 or 13 deliveries, and Letabo Patlamaloka at the crease on not yet to face a delivery.
Now, the other matches today, the Flex Brand Knights, they're up against the Eastern Storm at Willamore Park. And what a start for the Eastern Storm. They're 69 without loss. And then the Northern Cape Heat up against the Rhinos. The Rhinos, well bowled through to the keeper. 79 for 1 against the Northern Cape Heat in White River.
Great lines there by Banele.
Yeah, Tabu Patla Lumaka is the captain. And there's an edge there, and that is the fifth wicket for Tele. And what a way to celebrate and get your first Fifer in a List A match. We spoke about it earlier. Previously it was only 2 wickets and 5 wickets, and the SA merging 29 for 6.
Brilliant bowling performance by Banele this morning. Well deserved. That's a brilliant fast bowler's delivery.
Nathan, this is what dot balls do, hey? Create the pressure. Something will always happen. And most importantly, the bowlers are not losing their patience. They're just sticking to what they want to do with the ball, and that's been rewarded by 5 wickets. And congratulations to Banele. I'm sure he's not going to be wanting to stop you on 5 wickets. So you actually would like to go and get more now.
Yeah, when a score is 29 for 6, you always run to the record books and look at what is the lowest List A score here at this ground. Well, it's interesting enough. It was 2 seasons ago. The Badgers were dismissed for 150. It's actually 3 seasons, 23-24. The Badgers dismissed for 150 against the SA Emerging 11. And then there was also the Badgers that scored only 150 against the Tuskers in a 21-22 season. So the new batsman is Mortaza Manak. It's wide and through to the keeper.
Banele ripping through the CSA emerging sides batting lineup. 5 wickets, 10.3 overs bowled this morning. 5 for 11. Oh, now the inside edge, and that ball goes to Jay Drichter at fine leg.
Oh, that is an inside edge. And Paul James negotiated that one. Yeah, of course, Mortaza Manak is the brother of Arman Manak, who is already back in the pavilion. So it's great to see, and I can only assume they're related to the Manak family, I'm just taking a guess up in Johannesburg, but that hasn't been confirmed, and the players will take drinks with the news that the Badgers has won the toss. The SA emerging at 30 for 6 and 5 wickets for Benedict Cleary.
And we are back after the drinks break. First drinks break of this match between the Garden Route Badgers and the CSA emerging side. Jade Richter to continue from the commentary box end.
Nathan, this is a very crucial part as well of the game. Usually after drinks break, because of the break, batters tend to switch off a little bit. I'm very sure the bowlers has got their tail up now to see if they can get one more just after drinks here.
Yeah, the Garden Route Badgers would be hoping that that is the case. Make an early day this afternoon in this hot Oudtshoorn weather on this Wednesday morning.
Jade is showing that patience today by still making the batter get onto play on that off stump.
Ball just sneaking in inside the wide line. Another dot ball. Yeah, it's important that he'll play the previous over, last ball in his mind, making sure that he gets out of the over without conceding a boundary. 5 dot balls. CSA emerging in all sorts of trouble at 30 for 6.
They moved square leg down to deep square leg. Perhaps a double bluff here. Indeed, a double bluff, Nathan, by just bowling a normal stop delivery.
And what an over by Jay Trafter. He's putting up other ideas in Manak's head. And well played. Defensive to mid-wicket for a drop ball. And Banele Tele to continue from the Freire Street end with his 7th over.
This is where all your S&C work comes in, yeah? By making sure the bowlers and players are fit enough to bowl these long extended spells, specifically in this heaty and Oudtshoorn today.
I have to agree with you there, Wynand. It is not child's play here this morning, I should say. On his toe, here's a mix-up. Oh, there's a mix-up at the bowler's end. Oh! Paul James gets away with it. Both batters stranded at the striker's end. And that's what pressure does.
Nathan, not just only in the pressure, but from a coaching perspective as well. You just lost a couple of hair particles on your head as well.
That's the last thing the CSA emerging would want. Unfortunately, Tyrese Carlos didn't look up quick enough to see that he's got a lot of time. Tele to Manak. Defender to Madan for a dot ball.
And again, that's what dot balls do. It plays silly mind games with you. You're not scoring the runs. The scoreboard is not ticking over. And then high-risk singles will be taken. Banele showing here still a lot of energy left for him, and he is definitely searching for that wicket number 6 for him this morning. By just being patient, still remaining being patient, still bowling the ball on the off stump, and keeping it very simple indeed.
Very good disciplined bowling by Banele Tele. As you say, keeping it simple, staying disciplined, hitting the areas, forcing the batters to play a shot at every delivery or as most deliveries as possible. That's why he's been rewarded with 5 wickets. And that's another one. It's a 6-1. Banele Tele gets his 6th wicket. CSA emerging, reeling at 31 for 7. 6 for 13 by Banele Tele.
This is absolutely incredible, Nathan. Absolutely incredible by Banele. And he's just remaining with execution with a simple bowling plan.
Yeah, that's straight. That's a very good call there by the umpire. Trapped in front. Sees the back of Moteza Manak. 7 wickets down. The CSA emerging side.
And Nathan, you can see us leading up to all these dot balls again.
A disappointment for the SA emerging. They're 31 for 7. Banele is celebrating.
He is definitely celebrating, and we've got one ball left in this over, and he will not stop now. Nathan, we're not going to get the ball out of Banele's hand now.
He might just go through bowling his 10 on the trot here. There's definitely no way you're getting that ball out of his hand.
He is more than capable of doing that. He's a fit young man, putting in the hard work behind the scene when people is not seeing, in the gym, running the loads, and that will not surprise me at all.
Well, it's the first time that a bowler pick up 6 wickets in an innings, but he's still 1 wicket short of the all-time career record of Nathan Murray, who bagged 7 for 16 in a match which is still a South African record at Buffalo Park in East London, where the Badgers dismissed Border for 31 runs on that day. So, can he get close to that record of Nathan Murray? I was very fortunate to be a witness that day in East London. It was way back in the 27-28 season. And the new batsman is JJ Basson.
That's the end of the over. CSA emerging 31 for 7 after 13 overs. Banele 6 overs, 6 for 30.
If I'm not mistaken, if I look at umpire Mr. Van der Merwe, he's most probably call for medical personnel to confirm and to conduct medical protocols.
Yeah, the medical protocol is once a batter or even a fielder, even a bowler gets struck by the ball in the facial area, the concussion protocol will take place by the physiotherapist, and to give him clearance or not clear to carry on batting or bowling or fielding. Nathan, I don't think there's a lot of convincing needed to do from the bowlers to the captain to keep the ball in their hands so far.
Yes, you're absolutely right there, Wynand. These two bowlers will be looking to continue as deep into their spell as possible. And some good news there as Paul James is cleared to carry on. Jay Drifter and Banele Tele has been on the money this.
And white signal by umpire Mr. Van der Merwe. So I can only imagine that Paul James would like to capitalise. Sorry, no ball rather.
Yeah, Paul will definitely capitalise on this free hit. I do think from a mindset point of view, he has a lot of scoring options, and knowing him, will just watch the ball as late as possible and then execute.
Very naughty there by Jade Richter. And there's a short ball. It's a free hit. Heaved over deep mid wicket for one bounce for
Yeah, with Paul James, you do not give him a second invitation on a free hit. He's tried for moments like that, and that's evident with that pull shot now to the boundary.
This one is down to third man.
a very good cricket there by Paul James, getting a boundary and then making sure he gets off strike. Jade Richter coming around the wicket to JJ Basson.
Wided by Richter. Well, it's a very hard day to bowl 7 overs on the trot. Can start feeling a little bit of short breath.
Albertus, I'm sure the short breeze that you're feeling is the aircon from behind us. Oh, that's a beautiful ball. Is that straight enough? Done too much. Going down, umpire adjudicates.
Yeah, but Son also spent time with the Paarl Royals in the SA20. It's down to third man, and Haris Karlse couldn't feel that one properly, and it's 4 runs.
And it's a no ball as well. Jade Richter being a bit naughty there. Just straight too much on the legs of JJ Basson and just flicks it. Unfortunately, Haris Karlse couldn't gather it. An injury to insult. It's a no ball as well with a free hit.
You can't blame Basson to try to get on with things, as leg by signal by umpire Van der Merwe.
Yeah, there's still 34 overs left in the innings, but the worst part for the CSA emerging is that there are 7 wickets down.
Richter to James, and that's nice forward defensive. Does the fielding. End of the 14th over, the score 44 for 7. The news is that the Badgers has won the toss and they opted to have a bowl first. The big hero is Banele Tele. He bagged 3 for 6, 6 for 13 already, and well, as predicted by Nathan, I don't think he will get the ball out of his hands. The captain has put a vote of confidence in him to close off this innings.
Well, as a seam bowler, it's not every day you get an opportunity to get so many wickets in innings. So might as well hand him that final 3 overs as well.
Yeah, he got all the momentum on him, and deciding also now to go around the wicket to JJ Basson, still remaining with 2 slips. Pretty sure he's going to bring the ball back into that off stump by making JJ play on that off stump by testing him out there.
Tele around the wicket to JJ Basson, 2 slips.
That's wired by umpire Willefear.
Don't think Banele will be happy with that one. That will definitely not be the plan from his perspective in terms of execution.
Yeah, in one of those 6 wickets, there was also a drop catch. It was Mohamed Bugulia that was put down, but not an expensive catch. There's it. He's picked up his 7th. I think umpire Willefear has got it right. Adjudicated leg before, and the score 45 for 8. The departure of JJ Basson and the Badgers. They're in a driving seat here. Just take us through this one, Wynand.
Exactly what we thought that Banele wants to do, angle the ball into off stump and strike him right in front of the wickets on middle stump. And Mr. Andre Willefear adjudicated that LBW plumb before the wickets, and Banele rocked up the 7th wicket, Mr. Kennedy.
Just have a look at that replay. I think that one was hitting leg stump. For 1 minute, Basson didn't look too happy. Sipho Potsane is the new batsman on strike. Edge. No, there wasn't an edge. That was missing the outside edge by a whisker.
Needed that extra layer of leather on that ball. Brilliant bowling performance by Banele Tele.
And as his figures currently stand, he picked up 7 for 14. That is still better than the 7 of 16 in 2007-2008 by Nathan Murray. Oh, another one on the money. He's not want to give anything away.
Banele is not giving anything away here. I think the weather is complementing to his bowling. Everything is hot. The weather and Banele's bowling.
Well said, why not? Banele Tele has brought the heat.
Almost steer that one to the second slip.
Doesn't look like Banele have broken the sweat yet, Nathan. He looks like full of energy still.
No, it doesn't. Why not? And as you were saying, he's a very fit young man. And to look like that after 7.5 overs in this heat, Banele Tele looking for his 8th wicket. Well, kept out there by Potsane, another dot ball. And that's the end of the 15th over. CSA emerging 45 for 8. Banele Tele got his 7 wickets this morning already. Chait Richter got 1, which sees the CSA emerging with 8 wickets down. And we will see our first bowling change for the morning from the commentary box end.
The first bowling change this morning, Nathan. Heath Richards. Can expect some bounce there from this tall man. Knowing Heath Richards, with this heat of today, he will not mind being in the ocean catching some fish today.
Maybe that's why the Badgers is in a hurry this morning. Richards to James. Let's just pass backward point. Looking back for a second here, must be trouble. Yeah, he's short. No, he's home safe. The umpire decides.
And again, it's very evident the quality of running between wickets from Paul James. Always wanting to put the fielders under pressure to turn your ones into twos. High quality there from the young man to get 2 runs there from that delivery.
Very tight call here by the umpire, but James is safe. Carl's fielding at third man, very good throw. Richards to James, and he goes for it. Pass mid on, mid off, and they'll come back for a couple. Takes the score to 49 for 8.
Yeah, Heath will like to carry on with the momentum where Jade left off. So it's important for Heath to keep supporting Banele from this side, from the commentary side point of view.
Very good ball here by Heath Richards. Yeah, as you say, very important to keep that momentum from a bowling perspective, making sure that the pressure remains even with the change bowlers, because you do not want to allow a team that was 45-8 get much into or get as much runs as what they would want. Straight down the leg, there is a deep square for a single, and Potsane will be on strike.
Yeah, it is very important not to let go from the acceleration. That bowlers remain being disciplined and creating the opportunities, and then to capitalize on the opportunities which were created by the bowlers. You cannot go now and think it is 2 wickets away from dismissing a batting side. Cricket is a very funny game, and anything is possible in this game.
Very good ball there by Heath Richards. I have to agree with you, Fynand. All it takes is one standout performance like Panele Tele for the Badgers. If someone in the CSA camp can replicate that, we're in for a good contest, and that's one that the Garden Route Badgers won't want from the position they're in now. Tane just allowing that one to go through, and that's the end of the 16th over. CSA emerging 50 for 8.
No surprise again. Panele is carrying on and going into his 9th over. The captains are going to struggle to get the ball out of his hand, that's for sure. Panele just reminding the batter out there as well. You do have a bouncer as well, not just a normal stock delivery. That's the one for the over. So it's going to be interesting to see how Panele set up Paul James. But Paul James, he will not go down without fighting. He's a strong character, this young man.
Another play in the miss there by Paul James. Panele Tele always in the money.
Panele is clearly bowling with a set plan here. 2 short back of length deliveries now to Paul James with 1 fuller length. So clearly Panele is showing he's setting him up for something special for this last half of this over.
That's a very good shot there by Paul James. Lifting that one over mid on, 1 bounce 4. Looks like he's playing on a different wicket this morning. Just a little bit straight there by Panele Tele. Overpitched and dealt with by Paul James. Probably one of his only bad balls this morning.
Yeah, I don't think that was part of the plan there. If you bowl 8.4 overs in a row, I do think there will be the one bad ball, unfortunately.
Back to the wickets, dot ball.
It's important now, big delivery coming up here, Nathan, to see if you can have a dot ball to keep the new bat on strike with Heath Richards bowling from the other side. That was close.
That was very close.
That's what happened now. If you want to get your in batter as majority of the strike, then the batter is going to try and create different angles just to get off strike. But now we have the new batter on strike at the beginning of the over, and we'll see if Richards can apply pressure on the youngster.
Quite surprised that we see the introduction of Richards this morning. I was expect that we will see spin from this end from Liam Elder. But Richards will have Sipho Potsane on strike. The score 54 for 8. And just to remind our viewers that the Badgers has actually won the toss and decided to bat first. They normally chase very good here at the recreation ground. Paul James, 29, is the top score. It's close to 58% of the percentage of the runs scored. We haven't seen a lot of bowling the past season from Richards across all formats. He's a big man. That can hit a long ball. Work for third man. Banele Trele. He bowled 9 overs, 7 for 20.
That's going to be interesting contest between Heath and Paul, yeah? Paul did came on top of him in the previous over from a matchup point of view, and Heath is not gonna. That's not gonna sit well with Heath, and he will definitely want to rectify by creating more pressure on Paul James.
So now the dot ball by Heath Richards. Just giving no room to Paul James.
That length is very natural for Heath. That hard back of a length with the extra bounce, with the ball being relatively new still as well, to assist with that extra bounce with the height. That's well played by Paul by running it down to third man. Stopped there by Tyree Scorrelser, bouncing it in there to the keeper. This is again an important part now, Nathan. 2 balls left in the over. The in batters off strike. What's the thinking of Heath? Do we give him the single so we can bowl to the new batter again the next over, with Banele taking already 7 wickets?
Richards around the wicket. Oh, that's a beautiful ball.
That's a magnificent away swinger, and James departed.
I hope that answers your question right now.
Wynand, as a coach, you are very aware, but it is Potsane and not James. I've got it wrong. Sipho Potsane got an outside edge, and he departs. They're in all sorts of trouble here. 55 for 9. Very casual moving towards his left by Engelbrecht, but still efficient.
He's making use of the bounce there and the angle coming around the wicket. Beautiful ball there. You got to play at that line and that length, and well caught there by Nathan Engelbrecht. With the heat here in Oudtshoorn, it's very important to keep hydrated from players, match officials. Very important to replace the fluids which got lost. Sure, that was very clear communicated to the players from conditioning S&Cs, conditioning coaches.
Yeah, the lowest innings total this season came from the Northern Cape Heat. They were dismissed for 114 against the Eastern Storm in Kimberley. And if we look at that card, the summary, Banele 7 for 18, Richards 1 for 7, and Richter 1 for 30. With Paul James, the top scorer, or he's still there on 30 not out. One can assume that unless we don't see a very significant 70-run partnership, at least here, that lowest total of 114, in fact 65-run partnership, will be broken this season. And Banele, clearly, he will continue from the Freda Street end of the ground, his last over. And Dayalen Boyce is the new batter in. And play level run in. And James plays this one defensively and worked for Richards, who picked up a wicket in the previous over.
James 30 of 34 deliveries. He's only got his last partner at the other end. What would his game plan be? Get as much runs as possible. 32 overs left.
Yeah, Nathan, I think Paul will probably like to have majority of the strike during an over. Dayalen is well known for his bowling, so a lot of pressure on Paul James, but it's a good character test to see how the mindset is going to be to try and come on top here. Three balls left in this over. And Banele is looking for wicket number 8 for this morning.
It's definitely been a career best bowling performance by Banele Tele, running in on the Freda Street end. Another dot ball. 4 dot balls. Will they be looking to bring in the field?
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how Paul's going to handle the next delivery. It's a very important delivery, actually, in terms of momentum from a bowling perspective.
Tell it to James. So Tele will have the last ball to bowl at the Island Boys.
Yeah, Kele, of course, who played previously, was contracted by the Dolphins in Durban. And I'm just wondering if they look at his performance here today, if they not maybe, go back to the record books and say we must get this man back here in Durban, because the heat, weather conditions and the heat here outside reminds one quite a lot of the humidity in Durban. This is where he performs at his best. But nevertheless, you've got one ball left in the spell and in his allotted 10 overs to aim for that 8th wicket. Will not be the case, but well bowled. Panele Kele, 7 for 19 in 10 overs. A magnificent spell, and applauded by his teammates and also from the dugout and the few spectators that are at the ground today. So 19 overs gone, the score now 57 for 9, and Banele getting a pad there on the back from his wicketkeeper. Always a positive vibe that he brings to the team, and there you can see, why not? Richards will continue with Paul James on strike. He's on 31 from 38 balls. Score now 57 for 9.
Yeah, I think Heath is going to set the field in such a way to get Paul off strike.
Airborne, short in the gap. They'll pick up a couple.
Yeah, they will be looking to run hard to make sure that James faces the majority of the deliveries.
That's one thing we are sure about. Running between wickets between these two youngsters. H is on their side, so twos will definitely not be a problem in this heat. I think Paul is a bit disappointed that he missed out on that wide one with only a backward point and third man inside the ring. There's our answer, Nathan. Paul turning down a single there to deep cover to face the majority of the deliveries. I'm sure Heath is going to come up with a counter plan here to see how he can bowl to the number 11 batter here.
Reaches to James. Straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Will they come back for 2? Fielding done by Jay Trichter here down at the long on boundary. Yeah, it's a long time to be doing that, 30 overs. Surely somewhere, somehow you have to have some trust in your partner at the other end. But hopefully that changes through the course of this partnership, if however long it lasts. It's good bowling by Heath Richards. Dot ball. 1 ball left of this over. 20th over.
That's a very tight single there, but well calculated by Paul James to remain on strike for the next over.
Twenty overs gone, 62 for 9. And the match between the Knights and the Eastern Storm. The Knights in devastating form. They're 184 for 1 with Jacques Snyman on 118 from 86 balls. Well, I think from where the Badgers sit, they will be quite happy with that because I don't think there's any doubt that the Knights will most probably end up on top of the lock, and the fight is now for positions 2 and 3 respectively. So a very good start there by the Knights, and then the match between the Mpumalanga Rhinos and Northern Cape. After 35 overs, the Rhinos 156 for 4. They're batting first in White River. And Rifter continues from the Freda Street end on the ground. And there will be no run added to the total. A cat and mice game here from Paul James, where you would like to manipulate and stay on strikers for as long as possible and keep Dayal and Boyce away from strike. Well executed shot. He picked that one up and hit it over. Fine leg for 4. Great shot, Wynand.
Absolutely incredible shot there by Paul James. Very wristy, very gutsy player as well. And he wants to put pressure back onto the bowlers by not letting them settle. And it's evident with his score being the top run scorer in this innings for the CSA emerging side by moving to 40 runs now from 46 balls.
He deposited that one behind square on the offside for 4 runs. And James certainly is taking this innings into his own hands. And one was wide, short outside of, he cuts it away for 4. Width offered. And he found the vacant area.
James just throwing his hands at that one. Moves along to 44.
Yeah, one will expect Richter to step up here. They will not take the single.
Long off comes into the circle. Third man goes to the boundary. Cover fielder on the boundary, just moving a bit straighter. Leading edge into the gap.
And Richter will have 1 ball at Boyce. 71 for 9. Now that 15 runs for this 10th wicket, all of them courtesy of the bat of Paul James. Well, irrespective of the shot, they will not take a single, and Paul James will stay on strike on 45.
And a bowling change around the commentary box end. We'll see Liam Alder for the first time this morning. 7 minutes to 12. Take the ball in the 22nd over.
I don't think Liam thought that he's only going to bowl much later in this game this morning when he came to the ground, Nathan.
Yeah, I think he was making himself ready to be much earlier into the attack. But the seam bowlers, his partners in crime, done a very good job so far this morning.
It's going to be very interesting to see how Paul's going to go about this. Paul is a very good sweeper of the ball. He can sweep in front of square, behind square, and he do have a very good reverse shots as well. Good movement of feet as well against spin. So I think this is going to be a really good testing contest between Liam and Paul James, with Paul clearly wanting to face majority of the deliveries in the over.
Liam Alder was very, very efficient and very good in the first half of the season. He's also a very handy lower order batsman. It's airborne, there's work to be done. Will the catch be taken? Yes, on the second attempt. Catch taken by Ruan Terblanche. And that's the departure of Paul James for 45. 71 all out. And we can only say, from a Badger's perspective, that's a perfect execution with Banele Tele with 7 wickets, the pick of the bowlers. A lot of running to be done by Terblanche. And on the second attempt, his hands in a good position. He keeps the catch. Nathan, a great performance by the Badgers after they win the toss this morning.
Brilliant performance by the bowlers, our seam bowlers. Very, very good performance this morning. Just hitting the right areas. Kept having the batters respond to the questions they're asking by getting bat on ball. And for the Garden Route Badgers, brilliant by Banele Tele. Career best figures, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 19.
Yeah, and quite rightly, Banele has been applauded off by his teammates. And on your screen you will see the finals of the Hollywood Bets Pro 50 competition that will be contested this weekend at Kingsmead in Durban. And in both the two finals, World Sports Betting Western Province will take on the DP World Lions. So we'll be back on air after the innings break to take you on this run chase of the Garden Route Badgers.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn for the chase. Garden Route Badgers bowling the CSA emerging side out for 71, and their target will be 72 this afternoon. Brilliant bowling performance, especially by Banele Tele. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 19. And the Blanson Valley will be the opening batters for Garden Route Badgers, who will be looking to get their team off to a quick start to make light work of this chase.
Dale Boyce will open the bowling from the finishing area of the ground. A very modest target. Why not? You've been as a coach previously in situations like that, defending a very low total. What will the message be?
Mr. Kennedy, is very simple. You got to be attacking. You've got to get 10 wickets here from a bowling perspective. You cannot drag it out to waiting to defend this runs in 50 overs. The best medicine will be to create 10 good opportunities and to get 10 wickets.
So boys into Yasin Valley. Oh, it's a great delivery, beating the outside edge of the bat and through to the keeper. Yeah, the good news for the Badgers is that both Valley and Terblanche has been involved in two massive partnerships the past season. One of 175 runs against the Heat, and then 221 runs against the Knights a week ago here at Oudtshoorn. Into the gap to third man. And the fielding is done, so it will be a single. JJ was on the bowler and the fielding was done by Boyce. And that brings Ruan Terblanche on strike. He will pick up a single. Yeah, he's got a very healthy average of 79.50 per innings. He scored 318 runs with 2 centuries, and both those two were 133 and 133 not out, respectively. Forward defensive by Yasin. No run added to the total. There are also 2 other matches in the competition today. The first one is between the Flex Brand Knights and the Eastern Storm at Willowmore Park in Benoni. And after this ball, we will give you an update of that score.
Good finish there to the over from JJ Basson. Trying to hit that length similar to Banele, which is bringing the ball back to that off stump. But well played by Yassin.
Yeah, the current score in Benoni is 258 for 2. The Flex brand Knights are batting first. And Jacques Snyman is on 156 not out. So the Knights in a commandable position with 15 overs left, 258 for 2. And then at White River, the Mpumalanga Rhinos on 206 for 6 against the Northern Cape Heat. And the Northern Cape Heat, they're still winless in this one-day cup competition. And Dayalan Boyce will bowl his first over from the commentary box end of the ground. Nice swing into the right-handed batsman.
Yeah, that's a good start by Dayalan with the movement there. Very important to be effective with this new ball. We saw it when the Badgers were bowling, very disciplined. With the two new balls, one from each side, of course. I'm sure the CSA emerging bowlers would like to replicate something similar.
Oh, massive swing. Just take us through that one, Wynand.
It's very important here that recognizing the swing of the ball and the bowler making use of it. That swing is becoming your friend now, and with wanting to get 10 wickets, it's important to do everything you possibly can to create an opportunity to get those 10 wickets. But Yassin runs for the Blanche, my apology, looked quite comfortable there with the swinging ball.
That one is helped over square leg, airborne. They come back for a second. Very high energy levels by the fielder at square leg, but it will not prevent a couple.
Yeah, it's important now for the Allen to make use of the swing. I don't think he'll be happy with that. Ball didn't land it in the area which he wanted to. Very good single there, quick single by Renta Blanche, backed up there by Yassin Valley. Good compliment, good cricket there, good bowling there, making use of the swinging ball, and good intent by the batters by playing with the soft skills to implement strike rotation on a regular basis with good options.
So Boyce will test Yassin Valley. Yeah, Yassin also a very healthy average of 40.4. He missed out on reaching the 3-figure milestone on 2 occasions. Sits with a highest score of 93, and then there was also 75. Important from a Badgers perspective, and one can assume that should they reach this target successfully, it's very likely that they will achieve a bonus point. And that will take them to 14 points on the lock. So Basson will continue. A very tidy first over, and he will bowl around the wicket. Pardon, it's over the wicket to the right-hander. One slip in position. Daniel Bosman, together with the keeper Pathamokala, and he's also the captain. Other than that, a very conventional field for a power play. And Terblanche will work that one around the corner, and he will pick up a single. Ooh, swing and a miss, just missing the outside edge of that bat and through to the keeper. Latabu Pahlamokala. A real tongue twister for a surname. Very wide, and also widened by umpire Lefir. Chasing 72, the score now 7 without loss. And for those of you who missed the action earlier today, the Badgers has won the toss. And a magnificent bowling performance. 7 wickets in innings by Panele Kele, who picked up 7 for 19 and 10. The SA emerging team was dismissed for 71. There was Jade Richter, Heath Richardson, Liam Alder. All of them got a single wicket. The only meaningful contribution from the bat was Paul James, who hit 45 from 51 balls. He hit 5 4s and 1 6. And interestingly enough, the only other boundary was hit by the very same JJ Basson that's bowling from the Freda Street end of the ground. Ooh, another great delivery. That's a snorter from Basson. Through to the keeper, end of the over, the score 7 for 0.
That's a very good over by JJ there, making use of that new ball effectively. Unfortunately, wasn't rewarded in that over, but the young man is bowling in with a lot of energy, and he will now get supported with the Alien boys with that beautiful swing that he got in the first over, and hopefully he can replicate that in his second over.
That one is pulled over, square leg for 4. Short pitch. The Blanche is very strong in that area. He capitalized and he picks up a boundary. Very strong in that area. Very quick on the short pitch delivery. Just remind our viewers that it is a screamer outside. Very hot. We had a coolish weekend the past week, but since Monday the temperatures has picked up, and we can also assume that this will be the last stint of the 40s, which we're so used to in the summer months in Oudtshoorn, before we will move into the autumn. You've got very pleasant days, but today is the exception. And to Blanche, hit that one wide of long mid-on. The work has been done by Sipu Potsane, and they will pick up a single. While he plays that one around the corner, that'll bring Basson into your screen. Just the fielding, and it will only be a single. No rush for the badges. The objective will obviously first to win this game, and secondly to achieve the victory within 40 overs. And to record their second bonus point victory of the competition. Oh, that's magnificent fielding. It's, of course, Daniel Bosman, who does the fielding. I would say did the fielding. Oh, Terblanche, it's not properly hit. Slowish outfield, and that one will not touch the boundary rope. Again, great work from Bosman, and they'll pick up 3 runs. So, no, the umpire, Mr. Van der Merwe, on the commentary box end signals 4. Just have a look at that. I think it was also indicated by the fielder. Yeah, that's one touched the boundary. So, a boundary for Rohan Terblanche, taking his tally to 13, the score to 17 without loss. And we saw 4 overs bowled in this innings. wide by umpire Olivier. I don't think there's any doubt about that adjudication. So JJ Besson will not be happy as he put down another wide. That one is through to the keeper without any damage. That one missed everything. We'll keep an eye on the umpire. I assume there was bat involved with that ball. Yeah, it was indeed. It was an outside edge for Valley, and he picks up a single. It's really quiet. Not a big run chase here. To Blanche, there will be work running around for Dayal and Boyce, and 1 run added to the total. The Badgers need 52 more runs to win this. They're 20 without loss. Besson, he has bowled 3 overs for 6 runs into Yasin Valley, and Valley let that one go through to the keeper. No run added to the total. Oh, room with offered. Valley catch it away for 4, and that is a very good execution there. The ball was dropped short with offered, and Valley leans into that. Hits it firmly through the cover, through point for 4.
Yeah, excellent shot there by Yasin Valley. Just leaned into it, no foot movement, and just stand and watch. Even with the slow outfield, it still reaches the boundary. And finishes the over with a dot ball. Garden Route Badgers, 24 without loss after 5 overs. The Island boys to continue from the commentary box end. Rowan Blanche 14 from 13 balls on strike. His partner Yasin Vali 7 of 17.
Should be wired, and it is wired by umpire Van der Merwe.
Garden Route Badgers, 47 runs more needed for the modest target of 72. And another brilliant shot by Rowan Blanche, just leaned into that one and hit that one over point for yet another boundary for the Garden Route Badgers. With offered, brilliant shot by Rowan Blanche. Wanted to replicate that one from the back foot. And just a play and a miss there by Rowan Blanche. Good comeback there by boys.
Just forward defensive. Yeah, the day hasn't started good for the SA emerging team. The very first over, we saw the departure of Jorich van Schalkwyk. A very good catch by Carl Jacobs on the first slip. And then we saw the departure of Mohamed Bulbulia, who swings hard. And Peko Moletsane was on third man. He took an outstanding catch. So in the first over, they've lost 2 wickets. Off shout there. And from there, it was all the way downwards for the SA emerging team. The only resistance was from Paul James.
Yeah, looked like an inside edge. And just to recap, after 5 overs, CSA emerging was 7 for 2. Garden Route Badgers 25 for no loss. Another forward defense there by Tia Blanche for dot ball. And absolutely lifted that one over deep mid wicket for another boundary by Tia Blanche. One bounce into the picket fence. Climbed into that length. What a way to end the over. Garden Route Badgers 33 without loss after 6 overs.
Tia Blanche is very familiar with the bounce at this particular wicket. At the recreation ground in Oudtshoorn, and he was immediately on that short pitch delivery, and he helps himself with a boundary four. So JJ Basson is still wicketless into Yasin Vali, who is on 7. Oh, and Vali will pick up a boundary, dispatch that one in front of square on the offside for 4. The boundary has been signalled by umpire Andre Olivier. Now, as Basson walks back, today also witnessed the second time only in the history of List A cricket for the Garnered Badges, where a bowler picked up 7 wickets in an innings. This one belongs to Banele Kele. He bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 7 for 19, and the previous was in October 2007 when Nathan Murray bagged 7 for 16 against Border at Buffalo Park in East London. The son runs in to Yasin Wali. He comes down the wicket and he misses, and the wicket keeper Lachabu Paf Lamaulaka does the fielding.
Yeah, we could see what's happening from a bowling perspective. The current bowlers, we're not disciplined enough now in terms of their lines compared to the start from the Gardner Badges of the ball for Panele and Jade Richard this morning. The moment the bowlers are trying to search for stuff and for that magical ball, for that wicket, it's going to be inconsistent with their length.
Soft hands play by Bunny.
I think that's the area that JJ Basson would like to hit more consistent. Getting the bat on the front pad, bringing a lot of modes of dismissals into play, and just being patient. We do think the heat is going to have a little bit of influence on these youngsters as well. Different Karoo, whether you're in Oudtshoorn compared to elsewhere here in South Africa.
Be cautious, Yasin Wali. Did one bounce through to the keeper. No run added to the total.
That's good discipline by JJ. Coming back after conceding the boundary on the first ball. 2 balls remaining in the over. And we are sure that he would like to replicate his last 2 deliveries. Making use of that movement still, which is still on display.
Now Paul James is in the gully, does the fielding. The Knights in a very strong position at Willamore Park in Benoni. They are currently 306 for 4. Jacques Snyman made 156, Ruben Maria 52, Cole Abrams 36, and Rowan Haasbroek is on 33 not out. And we will see a bowling change from the commentary box end. Bandile Mbata, he will continue. Straight to the fielder, James does the fielding. Sorry, that's Daniel Bosman wearing the number 8 jumper. That one will be called wide. An extra ball. There's also another match of importance for the Badgers that's taking place at White River, where the Rhinos are batted first. They scored 256 for 9 against the Northern Cape Heat. That is a chaseable target, and with a victory there by the Heat, who is without victory. On his run down to third man by Terblanche, it can make the road to a playoff match a little bit easier for the Garden Road Badgers.
Yeah, heading into the business end of the tournament, of the competition, so the victories and the bonus points will be very important for all teams, especially the Garden Road Badgers. Just have to focus, at least they still have it in their hands, with still needing a further 33 runs for victory here. Valley on strike, Mbata from the commentary box end.
Now, there were a few play in the misses, especially from Valley, but no errors in this run chase thus far. No drop catches. Very clinical. Look, it's always difficult to put this emerging team together, and we understand the motivation and reasoning behind that. Oh, that's a great delivery from Mbata, hitting the outside edge of Valley's bat.
That's an excellent ball by Mbata. Just hit the deck and just moved away. Oh, that's a brilliant ball by Mbata. Just hitting the seam and leaving the left-hander. Garden Road Badgers 39 without loss, 7.4 overs. This time just a little bit too straight there by Mbata. Valley manages to flick it over mid-wicket area for Couple. CSA emerging, still persisting with the slip. They have to. Don't have a lot of runs on the board. Bandile Mbata conceding 4 runs so far in his over. Short, wide, straight to third man for a single, which brings to close the 8th over. Garden Road Badgers 42 without loss, needing a further 30 runs for victory.
A solid start. No need for any risks. And the Badgers, they're cruising here to what seems to be the 3rd consecutive victory at home soil. They will close off their pool stages in this preliminary round on Sunday here against Limpopo Impala. And that, I can promise you, is going to be a mouth-watering clash. And we will also see the introduction of spin with Morteza Manak, who will operate from the Freeler Street end of the ground. Now, in terms of promotion and relegation, and specifically promotion to Division 1, Even before the start of this competition, it was a foregone conclusion that the Knights has placed themselves in a position where they already qualify for promotion to Division 1 for the next 2 seasons, and we wish them all the best of luck in the top tier. They've been there, but they unfortunately got relegated. Well, Valley walks down. That will be a maximum over the picket fencing, onto the grass embankment, over cow corner for 6. And he let it look very, very easy there. Wynand, you can take us through this shot.
Well, Yasin Valley, very known to put pressure back onto bowlers by coming down a wicket by using his feet. But the most important part is it's a boundary in the first 2 balls. Now is it just about strike rotation, which Valley guided down to third man for the single. And again, this left-hand, right-hand combination to unsettle the bowlers' line, length and rhythm.
Yeah, these 2 openers, Valley and Treblanc, have been very effective here at home ground. It's away from home where they struggled a bit this season. Airborne, but in the gap. And Treblanc will take another single, taking his total to 24. And that also brings up the 50, the half century for the Badgers, which came in the 9th over. And another good partnership between the 2. And there's the a little hug and a handshake. Outside edge down to third man. Yeah, I just can imagine, I mean, if this match was going to be for a full 100 overs today, in this immense heat here in Oudtshoorn. Well, the mercury will tell us that it is 38 degrees outside in the shade here. And yeah, there's just a confirmation of the Hollywood Bets Pro Series finals on Friday and on Sunday, the Pro 50. We'll come to that now. We will just watch this delivery from Mbata. Valley cuts outside edge, and he will pick up a single. Wynand, you coached in that competition, you coached the Garden Route Badgers. You must be a relieved coach that you will remain in the professional series for the next season.
Yeah, it's definitely a relief. However, it's a season for us of 2 halves. Started both competitions, mainly the one-day competition very well. It's a game, small margins of errors. Mabati bowled, good length, outside edge. Ruan Terblanche ran it down to third man and well fielded by JJ Basson. He returned it back to the keeper for a single.
It was on the screen, it's not the focus of today's match, but who do you favour in those 2 competitions, Western Province or the Lions?
Well, both teams are playing good cricket at the moment and throughout the season. both teams will definitely do the utmost best to win those, either the one day or the T20 competition. For me, Mr. Kennedy, I'll be very neutral, but we'll definitely watch the ladies because the ladies' cricket is going to newer heights, and the girls are definitely showing some good talent in the competitions, both one day and T20.
Okay, but at least, I mean, and what I'm a bit worried that you've got a couple of extra grey hair the past season. But we're going to leave it there. Wynand, you did a lot of work in the pipeline in the men's competition, men's cricket, working with many of these youngsters in the Cups environment. As Wally runs that one down to third man, he will pick up a single.
Yeah, that's very exciting to see these youngsters. A lot of these youngsters started off in Makanda a couple of years ago, then back to Cape Town, and last year at Bloemfontein for the National Week. A lot of these youngsters came through really good programs at schools, hubs, and at the unions. And it's really good to see these youngsters on display here in the Division 2 competition to gain a valuable experience.
Right on the money by Bandile Mbata. No runs will be added to the total. Nathan, by the look of things, you're going to have an early day today.
Yes, and very quickly out of this hot Oudtshoorn. Like Wynand said, cricket is a funny game, but I'm sure for 16 runs needed, with still 10 wickets in the bag and 40 overs, this should be the home team's game. Treblanche on strike, short, pulled away, powerful over mid-wicket boundary, 1 bounce 4 into the picket fence. 12 runs needed more for the Garden Route Badgers.
Yeah, and although that's not very much relevant in his run chase, but it also brings an end to power play, taking the score to 61 without loss. And in any given day, that is a very good total during the power play. Well, the SA Emerging 11, they've still got one game to play. I think that day should be Saturday against the Eastern Storm. Figures that we received, the official figures shows the 12, but 12 is tomorrow, and I don't think that will be feasible. So just maybe a little bit of a typo, as we will see Morteza Manak into Yassin Valley. Oh, that's his straight mark shot. He will pick up 4. He scored so many runs in that area. Inside outs, over extra cover for 4, taking the score to 65. Well, there's no doubt the star performer today, undoubtedly, Paneli Trele, with 7 for 19 from his 10 overs. There will be big celebrations in that dressing room. Well, the Knights are just process to set up a very big total up at Willowmore Park in Benoni. They are currently 337 for 4, and they're into the 45th over. There's a big shout there from Manak, but they will take the single. And that will also surpass the highest innings total in this year's competition. The previous one was also held by the Knights, where they scored 228 for 4 against Limpopo Impala. And also today, with this 71, was the lowest total of the season by the emerging 11. Seven more runs required to win. It's a 12 over, and we will see Vandile Mbata continue from the commentary box end with Yasin Bali on strike. Both these two batters on 30. He will stay on 30. A disappointing day for the captain, Letabo Path Lamulaka. Straight to the fielder. Score now 65 without loss. And it will remain at 65 without loss. And that's a good single taken by Vali. It brought an end to that, the 12 over the score 66 without loss.
Yeah, very tidy over there by Mbata. He's conceding the 1 run of the last ball of the over. Yasin Vali will remain on strike. Gardner Badgers 66 without loss. 6 runs away from victory with a bonus point. Moteza Manak to continue from the Vrede Street end. That's a good length there by Manak. Luckily for Valley, didn't go to any fielder. Dot ball to start to the 13th over. And just strengthening the offside field with a short cover. And Valley goes to mid on. That's a good stop there in the deep by Boyce. It's diving to his left. That brings Ruan to Blanche on strike. Garden Route Badgers. 5 more runs needed. Short mid wicket in as well. Just runs it away to short 45 on the leg side to run through for another single. Takes the score to 68 without loss. Definitely one shot away from victory for the home side. Manak to Valley, goes on one leg and lifts that one over square leg for a 6, and that is the end of the game. Garden Route Badgers victorious by 10 wickets. Unbeaten Yasin Valley on 38 and Ruan Blanche on 3.
Yeah, it was one-way traffic right from the beginning. The Badgers won the toss this morning. The SA Emerging 11 lost 2 wickets in that opening over from Banele Tele. He finished on 7 for 19 after 10 overs. There was a wicket apiece for Richter, Liam Alder and Heath Richards. Paul James made 45. The run chase, they only need 12.4 overs to reach 74 to win by 10 wickets and to get 5 vital points out of this match. The Badgers will be in action again here on Sunday against Limpopo Impala. Wynand, closing remarks from you.
Well, what a pleasure to be working with Mr. Albertus Kennedy and Nathan here today. And again, congratulations to Banele for career bowling figures for those 7 wickets he got. And clinical performance from the Garden Route Badgers today in a very hot Oudtshoorn. Be sure they're going to take this momentum up to their final fixture of the game, pool phase against Limpopo Impalas this weekend ahead.
Yeah, and thank you for joining us. And also thank you to Damien Reens, the technical team, for their support today. Before we say goodbye, we're just going to take a look at the other 2 matches that's underway here in Division 2. The first one is up at Willamore Park in Benoni, where there's still 4 overs to go, and the Flexbrand Knights is at 343 for 5. Snyman made 100, and currently Rohan Haasbroek is on 51 not out. And then in the other match up at White River, the Rhinos, they scored 256 for 9. It's an opportunity for the Northern Cape Heat to also record their first victory of the season. We say thank you very much, and please join us on Sunday for the last broadcast of the season here from the recreation ground. The Badgers in a very good position to qualify for the playoffs after today's 10-wicket bonus point victory.